Hello, hello. Hi, Nick. What's up? Oh, first stream of the week. We're back, baby. I had my 2 days off. I did not relax. And now we're back. Doing the absolute mostest. But it's okay. Because we're playing Pokemon. And we're gonna have a good time. I think I need to go on more little questy quests. So I think that's what I was doing. I don't quite remember what I was doing. It's been like a week since I last played Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. So I believe I was just going on little quests, trying to level up before I go to hit the story. Ooh. Or I just did that part of the story. Okay, yeah, that's what it was. It's going all right. I'm kind of in pain today, honestly, but you know, we're making it work. Oh, thank you for the pets. Let's see, what items do I not need? We don't really need a plain seed. Oh yeah, we don't need the bronze dojo tickets either. But I'm doing good. I'm just in pain today for whatever reason, which is so much fun. I love it so much. But it's not the end of the world. How are you doing today, Nick? Oh, fuck. Wrong button. Alright, let's go. I'm trying to remember all the buttons, so please be patient with me while I remember how to play this game. Okay. That's the auto. Be gone, thought. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Alright. Hi, Amatsu! How are you? Alright, those are the steps to get up, but we don't want to go up yet. Hi, Third Word! Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I'm actually drinking water today. My connection is boo-boo right now. That's alright. I get it. Mine was kind of being that way too, so I had to like, Sorry, I'm taking that hydrate. Mine was that way too, so I had to reboot my whole computer. At Oni Ramen right now, going to Miku Expo later. Oh, good luck. Or good luck. Have a good time is what I was trying to say. I bought tickets for Miku Expo, but I did that back in 2020 and it got canceled. And I'm really kind of glad I didn't buy tickets this year. Not saying that you're not gonna have a good time, but I heard that they're all just screens this year and not the actual like, not the actual projections, so I'm a little sad about that. But I still think you're gonna have a good time. I'm just picky. How are you doing, Third Word? I am cramping like a motherfucker today, so I wanted something nice and easy to play, where I could just sit and hang out. And I have received that in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Also, I'm about to eat. But that's neither here nor there. Swap that. We have so many of those, we could just swap that. Yeah, that's fine. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, I would have been pissed off too, not even gonna lie. Like, I was upset about it, and I didn't even buy tickets for this year, so... Oh, you can get jumped in the shop? Buddy, I ate it. Here, I'll just give you one that I have. We'll trade. There we go. We made it work. We made it work. Little Stardew on the side. I wanted to play Stardew so bad today, but we spent money on this game, and I do love Pokemon. But we did buy this game for me to play, and I intend on playing it all the way through. Also, Gore's been like, I can tell Gore really wants me to get back into it. It's not that I'm not having fun with it, it's just really not what I'm used to. So I'm still figuring it out. But I really did want to play Stardew today. Hi, Gore! No. Look, I love Pokemon even when they don't work hard on a game. I'm just a Pokemon simp, so I can't help it. Alright, is this the fourth? I think it is. Get him! Alright, let's go. And then I think that's the last guy we need. Have a good time at Miku Expo. I hope it's fun. You should tell me about it. If I'm not still live when you're done, tell me about it tomorrow when I'm live. Because I'll be live tomorrow, so. Alright. Yeah, legally I'm required to love all Pokemon. I don't really have a choice. Alright. Let's go. Your stream keeps playing when I turn my screen off, which is a glitch, but it is appreciated. Oh my god, that's kind of funny. Discord pets. Okay, I'll go look in a little bit. I'm on my period, so I definitely do need a little bump. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I've heard that the chat doesn't like to hear when a female streamer's on her period, but y'all should like to hear that I'm on my period because it means I'm not gonna take another year off because I'm pregnant again. Thank you for the pet, Gore. I heard you say that when I was walking and I was confused as hell. Yeah, that would do that to you. I'm coming from your pockets. I live in your pockets. You're female streamer IRL. Ugh, I know, it's so unfortunate. Yeah, there goes your immersion. You know I'm not pregnant. I don't want to know that much about my streamers. We are a cult. We legally have to like everything that leaves your body, including my children. I didn't mean to accept Trapinch. Well, I guess Trapinch lives here now. That's fine. That's fine, right, chat? Trapinch lives here now. Just for a little bit. I am also really low on energy because I haven't eaten. So this is like gonna be Trapinch could be Flygon eventually. I know, and I love that. However, I don't have a space for Trapinch to come hang out with us. So this guy is not staying with us, unfortunately, because I do love Flygon. We stand Peach's Coochie Goo. It's like Coochie Coo, but somehow worse. I wasn't even like reading chat. I'm over here cramping and like miserable and tired, and I'm just like, ugh. Look, all I gotta say is today's stream might not be very long. Because your girl's fighting for her fucking life. Damn. There it all goes. The timeout just forces everybody, nobody has to read it again. I need to eat my big apple. And that's my last fucking apple, so there better be another one. God damn it. Stop jumping people, it's rude. Yeah, third, have you learned your lesson about talking about my coochie goo? Look, a good streamer gives their all and keeps their pain to themselves. But I never said I was a good streamer. My body hurts. Call it discharge. There is no discharge. It's just blood. It's just blood and uterine lining. Unfortunately. Oh, wow. Get his ass! Uh-oh. We stand Peach's uterine lining. If my uterine lining became a stand, it would be a baby killer. Because my uterus cannot stand babies, apparently. I lucked out with this last one. What? Why are you yelling at me? It's true! My uterus does not like children! Bunny lucked out! My body was trying to kill her! You can't time me out. I own this. You can't time me out. I own you. I own all of you. Oh yeah, I got apples. Yippee! Do. Oh, it hurts. I took pain meds. Why are they not helping? My stand has the power to kill babies, Jotaro. Can your stand save them? Probably not. I am the villain, the baby killer. Killer of children. If I make the thumbnail for the YouTube video, me holding a knife above a baby's head, do you think I will get, like... I think I'll get banned off YouTube forever. My stand is Usher. It lets me usher babies into the afterlife. Oh, God. Damn, I would get banned? That's the worst. Well, shit. I don't want to get banned. But I think it'd be really funny. I think it'd be a really humorous little situation I could do. Who the fuck? I feel like someone's DMing me. Hold on. 1 second. Who's DMing me? Oh! Oh! It's Jax! Hi, Jax! How are you? I just saw that you DM'd me. It doesn't look like it's missing anything that I can tell, by the way, Jax. It looks good. I like it. It looks really cute. Maybe you can get the religious crowd to interact with your video. I probably could. Alright, Alright, I need the apple. Oh. I want 3 perfect apples. And... yeah, that should be good. Oh, we call that clickbait? Yeah, we sure do. We're gonna store some of these berries. Just crop the Kurosuchi's Bankai behind you in a stand-like fashion. It's so true. Okay. Okay, we should be good. We should be good. Oh. Accidentally replied to you instead. It's okay. It happens. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. Also, how are you doing, Jax? I'm so sorry if I sound so low energy. I am on day 1 of my period. TMI, whatever. I don't fucking care. And I am suffering. So... we be in pain today, but we're pushing through. You gotta stay strong! Get that bitch. Better be careful, it's an oddish. Oh my god, acid? The fuck? Damn. That Swinub didn't stand a chance. Anyways. Good news, gang. I've officially paid for my new model for the 2.0. So that is not, it has been paid for and is now in the works. I will not be showing anything off of it until it is ready, until it is done and ready. Yeah, menstruation crustacean is true, because I definitely feel like a fucking crab with the way I'm like curled up into myself. Like, y'all can't see me, but I'm like sideways in my chair, like with my knees to my chest. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh, it sounds like my food's here. The dog's barking. Ugh. Yeah, I'm like sitting like completely like curled into a ball in my chest, like in my work chair. But I am so excited. I know I don't sound excited. I'm so low energy, but I am extremely excited. I paid for it yesterday and should be in the works, so it should be done hopefully here in the next few months. Ow! Sorry. Today's stream is just gonna be me going ah at like random times. Damn. You froze Trevor? You fucking asshole. Come on, Trevor. Hold it together, bud. Let's get to the Pokemon we gotta find. How did we miss? Ow! The fuck? Dustox. I mean, that's fine. Dustox, can you get close? Fuck. Now this guy's here. Swinub! I'm about to lose my fucking mind. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Okay, that'll work. That'll do. Thank you. I got it. I got it. I got it. Thank you. I appreciate you. You're the best. Have a good one. Sorry, Gore just brought me dinner. I picked up some OJ and vodka. It's my Friday. Oh, hell yeah. Today is my Monday, which is another reason why I'm so low energy, is because I took the last 2 days off. So I'm like, it's time to wake up. All right, sorry. Gore brought me dinner, so one moment, please, while I work on that. There we go. Had to grab my pizza and set it somewhere comfortably on my lap. Well, right now, I'm eating the, what's it? It's like garlic stuffed cheesy bread. But I usually get hamburger pizza. But we always get a giant thing of the garlic stuffed cheesy bread, and then me and Gore will split it. So I'm a bit of a fat ass. And I love food. So my heart will go on. Give it an apple. For my apples. Ah. Oh, who leveled up? Oh, good job, Pooch. Poochie wants to learn swagger. What is swagger? No, I think we're good. Yeah. Yeah, no, it is so good. I get it from Domino's, and it's fucking delicious. Literally one of my favorite things to get. You can't smell it? Is it just because you're there all the time? Or is it, like, do you have, like, a whack sense of smell? Because Gore has a whack sense of smell, so, like... I've gone nose blind to it. Ugh, that is the worst. Oh, see, now I only have 2 apples. Oh, maximum belly size increased. Yeah, that happened to me too. That happened to me IRL. And, now here I am eating garlic stuffed cheesy bread. So, you know. Oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Give that to Pooch. What move are we out of? Oh, it's not Pooch. It's Treevor, and it's probably Dragon Breath, yeah. God damn it. Get Dragon Breath, you bitch. Ow! Ooh! We don't have a Sunflora. You may come. Let's go. Yeah, the cheese bread is so good. It's like ridiculously good. Like, nut on your dad type good. You know, maybe I should watch my mouth sometimes. Maybe I should watch my mouth. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't say the things I say unthinkingly. You know, nut on your dad? When it's just so good, you gotta nut on your dad? You know the vibe, right? Right? I'm not crazy, am I? Oh. Third word, why would my period have any effect on the way I choose to speak? If anything, it's just gonna make me more tired, which is gonna make weirder things come out of my mouth because I'm sleepy. And I'm not, like, fully comprehending what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Thank you for the stretch. I'm gonna have to do it very gently. The stretching right now is actually quite a bit painful. Ow! Bitch. Fucking rude. Alright. While I'm auto running, I'm gonna eat more of my bread. Oh god. Ah, we were so close to hitting the stairs. And then we got jumped. Hi, Cookie. How are you? Get blasted, bitch. Alright. Just got out of work, laying in bed with a cat beside me. That's the best way to live life after work, honestly. So, you sound like you're in heaven right now. Sorry, I'm eating dinner. I promise I have no intention of sitting here and eating dinner on stream every day. But life do just be hitting that way. We don't have a Paris either. Alright, well, you can come with us. Thank you for the pets. And the hydrate. I am actually drinking water today. Yeah, no, I do promise. I don't mean to be, like, eating constantly. Mawile! Come here. You're my baby. Come here. My goth queen. The bald-headed on the back. Bye! Yeah, I gotta get that gamer energy. You know how it be. But not the Logan Paul gamer energy, because he's getting sued, so. Get his ass! Top 6, homie. Uh-oh. Ow! Ow, you son of a bitch! Ow! Like an asshole. Watch them settle out of court just for Tyson to get that one free jab. That would be so funny. Ah! What the fuck? I just got trapped to death. What kind of bullshit? That's some bullshit. Why were there traps back to back? Where'd all these apples come from? I mean, I'm not gonna argue. Also, wait. Go back. Get that apple. Yeah, push them out of the way. Trade that apple for something else. Oh, fucking Scyther. Get out of here! Be gone! Swap it for the seed. Alright, there you go. Now you can look around. This is just regular mystery dungeon, is it? Just getting got for no reason? What'd I do? Better be careful. It's a Scyther, yeah? Scyther seems to develop a kinship. Yeah, you can come. Hop on. There's a shit ton of us. Hop in. The real classic stuff before the spin-offs were brutal like that. What? This game seems to be more and more terrifying the more I play. Damn. Hold on. Pretty box. Trevor, what's happening? I really want a Houndour. Whatever. But that's also because I really want a Houndoom. So maybe we'll get one today. We didn't get one last stream, and that kind of hurt my feelings a little. You wanna come stay? We already have one though, so you can stay here, buddy. All right. Bum, bum. Oh, I'm so sleepy. I want to watch Dungeon Meshi. Yes, please, get me out of here. Get me and all my buddies out of here. I'm like, I just want to watch today's episode because, I've read the manga and so I know what's going on. Paris wants to join your team. Yes. To the camp with you. No nickname. I don't like you that much. Scyther wants to join your team. Yes. Do you want to give Scyther a nickname? Not right now. Oh, you two are buddies? That's pretty cute. Oh, another perfect apple. Thank you kindly. Rainbow gummies? Alright, alright. Alright, alright, alright. This pizza's so fucking good. Or is cheese bread. Ooh, Voltorb was very impressed and joined the camp. No, he doesn't need a nickname. Aww, Cacnea I always thought was so cute, but I want to know what, like, is there a Pokemon inside of Cacnea? That's where they get the eyes from? Or do they just have eyeballs floating around in there? I've always been curious about that. I don't know which one is scarier. Yeah, I'm not sure which one's scarier. Is Cacnea really just a smaller Pokemon living inside of a cactus? Or Does it just have floating eyeballs on the inside of a cactus? So many questions. Ooh, okay. Do I just get dojo tickets like every day? Also, I heard I was gonna get... Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I heard I was gonna get a statue? I don't have a statue. So. Feel a little cheated. Oddity Cave. Like wood. I guess we're going back into Thunderwave again. Did you go and look it up? Would you prefer it if the eyeballs were a part of a cactus? No, actually. I think I would prefer it being a smaller Pokemon that lives inside of a cactus. I think is what I would prefer. If a traveler is going through a desert in the thick of night, Cacturne will follow in a ragtag group. The Pokemon are biding their time, waiting for the traveler to tire and become incapable of moving. Sir? What are these cacti going to do to me? I'm scared of that. What do these cacti think needs to be done to me? They eat human? Do they? Yeah, you can come. Come on, Elekid. But also, why would they eat humans? That makes no sense. What cactus do you know that eats humans? Voltorb, I already have one. I'm sorry, buddy. You can hang out here, though. We gotta get Ampharos out of here. After spending thousands of years in harsh deserts, its blood transformed to be the same substances as sand. What? It's got sand blood? What cactus do you know that have eyeballs? None! Which is why I like to imagine that they're not actually cactus Pokemon, but they're a different Pokemon that hides inside of a cactus. Aww. They've got sand blood? That's upsetting. Who knows what they do when you're not looking at them? I guess that's true. Yeah, I mean... Okay, so... Fun fact that I just know off the top of my head. Sea urchins have what looks like a like fish eyeball on its body. Like you can look at one and see what looks to be a fish eyeball on its body. However, that is its butthole. But a lot of people just think it, you know, it looks like an eyeball, so they're like, oh, they have eyes. Not the case. Is she brown-eyed because she doesn't wipe her ass, or is she brown-eyed because her eyes are brown? I've got questions, third word. Okay, the reality is, because of where I live, there actually could be a cactus outside of my window. That just like appeared one day and I never noticed. That is an actual possibility. Third word, that didn't answer my question. The answer yes implies that both things are true. No, see, Warm. If she rubbed shit in her eyes, she'd have pink eye. So... not quite the same. We did good today. Look, I'm in no rush to rescue this fucking Shiftry. He's an asshole. So, you know. Like, genuinely, fuck that guy. You're on a mission from God every day. Every day is a mission from God. Also, how you doing, Stitched? Wow, more dojo tickets. You go save Jiraiya right now. No! I refuse. With my little fat girl wobble. Waddle. Alright. We got 2 things to do in Oddity Cave. Oh, I can give them held items? Oh, I didn't know that. Let's manage our items real quick. Let's deposit. We'll deposit that, that. Withdraw. Forgot I had all this shit. I do be waddling. That is a very true statement. Alright, let me in. Then she waddled away, waddle waddle. Then she waddled away. Alright. Give me what I desire. While I'm in here. That's not it, that's a pity. Why would I not know that reference? How old do you think I am? How young do you think I am is the true question. Thank you for the pet. I don't know that reference, Stitched. No, not that I could think of at least. Like, not off the top of my head. Look, I'm in that weird in-between age where I know things, but I also don't know things, you know? Yeah, here, have a Reviver Seed. I'm on a mission from my god. The Blues Brothers? Yes, yeah, I didn't know that. Feels old and young, man. Yeah, it's so true. Damn, bitch, if you had just turned around, what you wanted was right behind you. That's crazy. Watch the movie? Oh, okay. I mean, I like movies, so I'm always down to try new movies I haven't seen yet. We actually watched Bullet Train last night for the first time. That was pretty funny. Honestly, pretty enjoyable. I love movies that are all contained in like one small area like that. I think it makes them a lot more fun that way. It requires you to be really creative with the things that you do. Jesus. It just requires you to be really creative with how you do things, and I really love that. Jesus! Leave me alone! I'm asleep! Go to hell! Anyways. Fuck that bitch. Grabbing my seed and we're getting out of here. An old SNL skit that was turned into a movie. Oh, okay, okay. I do enjoy SNL from time to time. Okay. Bugiana, turn around. Dan Aykroyd and John Belushi. Okay, okay. Sorry, I'm finishing my food. I'm trying to, at least. Stop, leave me alone. I leveled up. I'm a god. Oh, Treebor leveled up. Never mind. That's less cool. No perfect apples for Spinnerack. Those are all mine. The music slaps pretty hard, honestly, in this game. Don't water sport me. Oh, I love myself with some Aretha Franklin. That is so good. I mean, and Ray Charles, but... Bum, 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 bum. Fucking Poliwag. Alright. Dinner has been completed. Oh, Carrie Fisher. That woman is very special to me. I miss her. I miss Carrie Fisher. Execute. Alright, let's go. We're all picking up $10. Let's go. I'm being chased. Oh, I can't pick up the apple? That's bullshit, but it's fine. I'll accept it for now. There's another Blues Brothers movie made after the original one, but it's not as good. Oh, okay. Good to know. I don't know what it's asking me. I need to read, but I'm also like looking at chat. So I'm like not paying attention really. Oh, there's a big Pokemon here. I see. No, Gore, I really don't. Thank you, though. Okay. Dragon Breath. And then... Get a normal apple. For me... That Onyx is fucking huge. Hello, big bitch. Thank God for paralysis. Licky tongue, leave me alone. Damn, look at that go. Bone Club. Oh my god, I'm missing like hell. What the fuck's happening? Oh, it's because of the fucking... Yeah. I keep forgetting I don't have, that move anymore. Yeah, here's an apple kid. Go on. Have a good day. No. I think I want to leave. But I think I've lost my ability to leave. Bunny just ate. Aw. What'd she eat? One of her premates? That's what I gave her earlier. Oh, cool. We're just fucking stuck in here now. I lost my opportunity and berries. Oh, okay, cool. I lost my opportunity to leave earlier. Like a dumbass. Thank you for the hydrate. I will do that. I'm drinking water. Headbutt. Oh. That bitch just seismic tossed me. What an asshole. This is how I go to a bunch of ladybug. Oh my god! Poochie! Oh no. Oh no, Poochie. One more hit from Trevor and that's it for Poochie. Alright, we're good. Ow, you fucking bitch. Fucking assholes in this fucking dungeon. The hell? I completed the job. I don't feel very proud of myself. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. We do boo boo do. Alright. Why does he call it knocking off? It sounds wrong to me. Let's knock off and call it a night. Like, you want to do what? You want to, huh? Like, no thank you, bud. Appreciate the offer. Thanks for the mail. Top 2 items. Switching leaders. Sinister Woods. Alright. Oh yeah? I'm gonna knock? I'm the one that knocks? Oh yeah? Alright, 13, 15, 17. Alright, we gotta go into town real quick. So these are meant to be sold. And then we'll take all these bronze ones. I can only take 2. Ow!
Hi, Peach. Hope you're doing well.
Hi, I am doing well. How are you? Also, thank you so much for the resub. 2 months in a row. Hell yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. But I am doing well. I hope you're doing well. Status? Keyboard? Back. This music strikes something in me. I'm not surprised. You love this game. But I'm doing all right. I don't know if I answered that. I don't know if I answered that. I hope you're doing well. But I'm doing all right. I'm a little sore today, but we're making it work. Get stronger. Okay. I'm running. I can actually go faster. There we go. Hello? I would like... Oh, I didn't have to take out the tickets? Okay, I'm stupid. I would like Trevor to level the fuck up. Just recovering my mental breakdown, did some working out, cooking a meal I've never tried. That sounds good. Those are good ways to recover from a mental breakdown. Also, I'm real sorry to hear that you had a mental breakdown. That's very difficult. But also, I get it. Zap. Oh, well. Dragon Breath, take that. Dragon Breath, take that. Mega Drain. Get Mega Drained. Mega Drain. Get your ass. Alright, let's see. Dragon Breath, go. Dragon Breath, go. Mega Drain. Son of a whore. Alright, we got it, I guess. When you mega, but she keeps draining. It's so true. Trevor, you need to at least get to level 19. Come on, dude. Figure it out, man! Drain that fish! Alright. Dragon Breath! Dragon Breath! Dragon Breath! Damn, 2 Dragon Breaths. Harden! Mega Drain! Dragon Breath! Dragon Breath! Oh, Mega Drain. Dragon Breath! Dragon Breath! Dragon Breath! She breathes on my dragon till I KO. Dragon Breath! Do it again! Damn. Alright, well, we got to level 19. That's what matters to me. Alright. She breathed on my dragon till I run out of PP. Man, how long does it take before y'all be running out of PP? Just out of curiosity. Alright. God, perfect time for the ad to start. Alright, we're gonna grab the Withering Desert. Good thing I carry the elixir. So fucking true. How are you enjoying the game? I'm having a good time, honestly. It's different than what I'm used to for Pokemon, but I don't hate it. I'm just currently just trying to get all of the fun little camps, because I really do enjoy the camps. I like collecting people. Like 80 plus years is probably when most of us run out as our bodies decompose into the earth. True. Ah! Oh. That's where the statue is. I see. Well, we need more jobs, so... we will be accepting all of the jobs. Run! Okay. Into the sinister woods we go, where hopefully we will meet something fun? Maybe something sexy. Maybe something new. You never know. Alright. We depart. Let us go. We depart. The voice I did? What about it? Suck him! Alright, anyways. There's a lovely voice. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. I don't have frigid cavern. Frigid cavern. Frigid cavern. Alright, we grab some money. Gonna murder this guy real quick. Murder this guy real quick. Grab that money. Hit the switch. Head for the stairs. Sinister Woods. Second floor. This is the floor we can find Magby's famous seed. I mean, I'll show you my famous seed. My child. She's really well known in our area for just everything that she's been through. Time to grab Magby's famous seed. And just like that, we are off. Kill the Sunflora! Murder! Good job, Treeball. Gore seed is the best seed. I have to agree. I do have to agree. Maybe I'm a little biased about it, but I don't know. Bunny's pretty cute, so I don't know if I would have gotten a baby that was as cute if I had used just anybody's seed. You know what I mean? Gore's seed really pulled out of the stops for that one. Though, I'm gonna be real honest with you, she looks like my mom. So maybe it was me that did it? Maybe it's my seed that's the strong one here. Hello, Sunflora. I'm here to rescue you. Get out. Goodbye. Next request. Peach has got the best pit, apparently. Pit be hitting different, I guess. Get it! Don't let it win! Give her the big apple. She may have it. Oh, we don't have a Yanma. You may come. You may come. Money is always welcome. Get him! Get him! I don't have a Sudowoodo? Yeah, you can come. Just keep up. Get him! This Sudowoodo wants to come too? No. Alright. Except Sudowoodos aren't wood, they're rock. Which is terrifying. Why? Oh, there's a fainted Pokemon. Fuck this guy. Oh, Magby. You may have one of my perfect apples. Unfortunately, however, you cannot come with me. I do not have a crater. Was that my last apple? Oh my god, it was. Oh, we're so fucked. Magby is such a cute Babymon, yeah. I like a lot of the Babymons, honestly, but Magby is definitely one of the cuter ones. Oh, we're just going straight for the stairs? We're just saying that, like, that's not fucking worth it? That's fair. Okay, gang. Trevor. Chill out with the Dragon's Breath, bud. You get a little rowdy with it sometimes, and I don't know. It scares me a little. See? You get a little rowdy with it. Found some money on the ground. Found more money on the ground. I know, I'm getting hungry. Hi, Scarlet, how are you? Alright, Beedrill's here. We gotta go save Beedrill. I know, I'm getting hungry. Let's get the Beedrill out of here, and hopefully that's the last job. that the last job? Fuck. Get his ass! Oh, I'm asleep. God damn it. Well, this is how I die, I guess. Fucking ridiculous, bro. Oh, you wanna come home with me? Sure, whatever. Just get in here. Played COD via game loop, played ranked. Oh, nice. You have a good time? Yeah, whatever. Get the fuck out of here, gang. No, we don't need to go that way. We're starving. Gang, we're starving. No. Sorry, the auto's killing me right now. We're getting out of here. How's the mystery dungeon? It's going pretty good, honestly. I'm supposed to get this Pokemon up, but I don't have any apples. Kinda out of apples, so we gotta adapt. I liked when this game is pixels instead of 3D. This is my only time I've ever played, so I don't really know the difference. Damn, don't have apples. There's not an apple here, so I guess we're leaving you. Bye. We don't have an apple. Spit! Alright. Uh-oh. Ampharos. Jump its ass! Woo! Shroomish! Booty! The Game Boy Color was such a cute little console. Oh my god. Oh my god. There you go, Yanma. You can have it. Alright, up we go. Yeah, the Game Boy Color was a very cute little console. Honestly, wish it had lasted longer. So we are like so fucked if we don't get out of here soon because we are out of apples. Alright. Oh my god, thank god. That Weedle should be the last Pokemon we need to gather. Let's go. Yeah, sure, Bonsley, you can come, that's fine. Alright, Weedle, let's get out of here. Alright, let's get out. Run, run, run! Ooh, a DX gummy. Yanma, you're more than welcome to join. We will not be naming you, however. Tsudobudo, you are more than welcome to join. We will not be naming you either. Rumish, you can join. You will not be getting a nickname. And Bonsley, you may join. But you are also not getting a nickname. Because you're not one of my faves. Gotta get a Breloom? I do. There you go, Magby. Thanks, bud. I will always take more perfect apples. Thank you. And you two are buddies. So they'd be paying me. Ooh, 150 for that. Very nice. Some of y'all are weird friend groups. Ooh, we're close though. Once again, stop saying we're gonna knock off and call it a night. It makes me feel like we're about to do something like weird together. Alright. It's a good morning. It's a good day. It's a good morning in a gay kind of way. Pelipper's here to spit in my face. Thank you, sir. Knock on my knob like corn on the cob. Check in with me and do your job. I want a Girafarig. I love Girafarigs. I've got 3 pages worth of jobs. Alright, we got some jobs to do. Let's roll. Let's work on our item. Work on our management real quick. I feel like we don't need a million things. So that can go in there. That can go in there. That can go. And I would like to withdraw 3 perfect apples, please. Alright, let's roll. The client is with you. Yeah, whose idea was it to bring our clients with us into these situations? Teddy Ursa is so fucking cute. Do you want to come home with me? Absolutely, you can. Welcome in, baby. Oh, yay, Teddy Ursa. Oh, yeah, turn on your buddy. Betray him. You don't need to come. Thank you, though. Oh, small stomach probably would have been good to have, actually, now that I think about it. Weedle, you son of a bitch. You betray a friend. Alright. You! Don't Mega Drain me. Perish. Anyways. Grab my money and go for the stairs. We're getting out of here, gang. Ah, Zigzagoon's popular ribbon, eh? Well, let us go grab it. Get out of here. I already have a Teddy Ursa. Don't baby doll eyes me. You bitch. Teddy Ursa is the cutest. And we got that job done. That's 1 out of 4. Oh, my bad. Alright, we gotta go back up real quick. Gotta grab that berry. Oh, do not baby doll eyes me. I do not like it. Alright. Ah! Jump scared by a cute teddy bear. Man, that dragon's breath really did just like fly through that column of all of us. Ooh, you son of a bitch. Trying to gust me? Are you being so for real right now? Did you like actually try and gust me? You asshole. I need the stairs! But there's so many Teddy Ursa. There they are. Yeah, Teddy Ursa is adorable. I love Teddy Ursa. Ooh, is that a Larvitar? Teddy Ursa, we will always hold on to the apple. Alright. Get that duck stalks. Let's go. That is a Larvitar! I don't think I have a place for you. I do! Yes! You come home with me. You die. Larvitar acquired. Thank you for the hydrate. God knows I keep forgetting to take sips of my own drink. Look, unpopular opinion, I think Larvitar is the best out of its evolution line. I think the rest of its evolution line is ugly, but Larvitar is perfect. So... Hoot Hoot's rumored orb. Alright, let's find the fucking owl's orb. Is the owl a wizard? Oh god, oh god. Oh god! I just hit everyone. I got the power of God and anime on my side! Hi, Kinetic! How are you? Hello! Hi, Raiders! I know Tyranitar is Godzilla, though, but he's not to me. Godzilla's better. Did y'all have a good time playing Overwatch? I have not played Overwatch since it switched to Overwatch 2, but I hope y'all had a good time. Also, hi Raiders, my name is Peach. I am your local cyberpunk dog girl VTuber. I primarily am a variety streamer. We have recently started playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon lately. For the first time for me, having a great time. But usually we're playing games like Elden Ring, Hades, that style of stuff. It's super nice to get to meet you guys. It was fun. Oh, thank God. Sometimes Overwatch can be aggressive, but I'm glad you had a good stream. All right, I gotta get. Oh, we gotta go. Let's go, game. Is everybody here? All right, cool. Thank you so much for the raid, though, and I'm really glad to hear you had a good stream. Oh, I want this Houndour so bad. Please, please let me have him. Please, please come home with me. You know you want to. Or not. I need to eat. Hold on. I'm so sad. I've been trying to get a Houndour in this game forever. And it's not been working. I'm really glad you've been able to catch a stream too. I need to catch one of yours, but I feel like we always stream at the same time. So I think that makes it a little difficult. I am super low energy today. TMI, I guess. I always warn people that what I'm about to say is TMI, but like, I don't care. I started my period today, so I'm kind of just like all over the place and like really tired. So today's a low energy stream, which is part of why we're playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, just because it's something I can just kind of have going on in the background. Oh, there's one right there. But I think, okay, good, there's a request beyond this point. Good, good, good. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Come home with me. Come home with me, please. Please. No! Oh, they hate me. I just want them so bad and they hate me. They hate me and I don't know what I did to deserve it. Hey, 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 leave my new baby alone. You assholes. Oh my God. How dare you talk about your bodily anatomy? Well, you know. Get coveted, you asshole. Oh, so Poliwag wants to come? My feelings are hurt. What do you mean Poliwag wants to hang out with me? But the one Pokemon I want to hang out with me and come with me doesn't? My feelings are hurt. There's nothing wrong with Poliwag. I just don't have anywhere for him to go. He doesn't have a home with me right now. I don't have anywhere safe for him to go. Damn. Oh, they're just chucking those rocks. You. Come home with me. Come home with me? I'm gonna keep throwing rocks at you until you come home with me. That's how you get dogs, by the way. You just throw rocks at stray dogs until they want to come home with you. And he didn't come home. My feelings are hurt. Why does he not ever want to come home with me? Thank you for the pet, Reggie. I'm fighting for my life. Stantler! I'm always surprised at what Pokemon end up being in this game. Yeah, he actually did. He threw rocks at me, and I was like, wow, that man's got great aim. I need to be his, and I was. Come on, you can just come home with me, it's okay. Come on, it's okay. It's okay. Why doesn't it want to come home with me, chat? Last time a dog came home with me, I was just walking around. That's fair. Yeah, you've got to beat dog girls into submission. Yeah, you can come with me, Stantler. That's fine. You're more likely to see tiny apples? Ooh, alright, Stantler. Oh, your feet are definitely a little strange. I don't mean to make fun of Stantler, or his tiny little feet, but they walk a little strange. God damn it. Larvitar, what's happening? Who's jumping Larvitar from the back? Poliwag. It's always fucking Poliwag. Paris. Get headbutted, you bitch. Damn, you chucked that over the wall? Spray bottle. Spray bottle. If you hit us with a newspaper, we're gonna growl at you. Oh, we gotta save another Mawile. Yeah, I kinda do have a pretty big parade going on. I don't even know how this happened. Come on, Stantler, wake up. Yeah, that's why I said spray bottle. It's fun. We open our mouths real big, and so Spinarak wants to come home with us, but Houndour doesn't. My feelings are hurt. Why does my favorite Pokemon not want to come home with me? Come home with me. How many times do I have to beat you into submission for you to come home with me? No, do not ever take a vacuum to a dog girl. She'll get scared. No luck this time around either. I mean, I found a Larvitar, so I guess it wasn't the worst. And a Teddiursa. So I guess it wasn't the worst. But it definitely wasn't the best either. Larvitar can stick around. Antler is always welcome with his old man face. How many times do I have to chuck rocks at you in order for you to notice me? It's my fucking question of the year. I don't know why it's so hard. Wurmple was very impressed and has joined the team. Wurmple... No. I guess we'll get rid of the other Wurmple then. There you go. Yay! I'm a new egg. I'm a silver egg. Maybe he'll let me... Maybe he'll come around now. I don't know if you'll win $1 billion, but, you know, I wish you the best of luck. Alright. I really want her to come home with me. And my feelings are a little hurt. I mean, I also want $1 billion, but I want a Houndour more. Alright, let me out. Look, I'm just gonna keep throwing rocks at dogs until I get the dog I want. think you can make Pokemon real with $1 billion bucks? Ooh, a silver dojo ticket. Alright, we gotta go accept more jobs. Specifically for the area where the Houndours are. I'm going to stalk them until they give in to me. Alright. I feel like there's nothing wrong with making Pokemon real and that it won't go negatively in the least. Houndooms will show up later. I don't care, Gore. I want them to show up right now. I mean, that's true for any animal, Jimmel. Right now, I have a dog in my house who I'm pretty sure is also a demon. That guy sucks. Ow. The fuck is happening? Well, I mean, you don't have to make the legendaries. You can just make the main. Who are we attacking right now? Alright, let's see. Bone club him to the face. I love how the accuracy of the move went up and then immediately, like, went away. Alright, we're heading for the stairs. Don't bother me, Wurmple. Perish. Perish at the foot of my bone. Perish at the foot of my boner. There's nothing you can do to save yourself from my boner. Ah. Alright. Found a train and switch. Found some money. Found a bear to murder. Found another bear to murder. Oh, we're gonna pretend to cry. Not gonna save you. Oh, well, So the Teddiursa wants to come. And then the Wurmple is gonna die, because he's not allowed to be anywhere near me. I have a restraining order against Wurmples. I don't know if I told y'all that. That I have a restraining order against specific species of Pokemon. And then we're gonna grab some money. And then we're just gonna go ahead and get the fuck up on out of Dodge. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, hi, Larvitar. Gotta kill this, God, these Teddiursa want to come with me so bad, but you want to know what doesn't? The Houndoom I want. Everything in the Bellsprout line, I've got a restraining order against. Let's see, what else? I don't have a restraining order against mini Pokemon, I will say that. Most of them I'm good with. Let's see, what else? Why do all of these Teddiursas want to come home with me? These bears are too friendly. Where's your mothers? Stop trying to come home with me. I mean, it's sweet of them to see me as a mom, but like, I'm not your mother. I don't want to get jumped by a big-ass bear. There's a fainted Pokemon on this floor. Yeah, he's fucking right behind me. I don't like giving you a perfect apple, but I'll take you with me. Sales pitch. Huh. Oh, Jesus. God help me. Who the hell do you think you're water gunning? That's my new bestie. That's my new bestie. Leave him be. Is that my only apple? Okay, good. I started to get a little nervous there. Alright, what other items we got? Got a rock. It's a rock! Oh, a Farfetch'd. Interesting. Didn't know you could find those guys in here. Oh, well, Jan was awake. Trying to carefully avoid that, but that didn't work. So. Ah, new apple. Love that for me. Kill the Poliwag. Murder it. I want the money. Alright, let's go. I'm being chased. I don't know what's chasing me. I'm being chased by the worst of the worst. Alright, I've got some ethers. Or Trevor. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here! Next floor. Finan is here. You will not bubble me. Well, or you will bubble me, and that's just going to be my life. Ow! Stop bubbling me, you bitch. Just trying to find Minun. God damn. God damn. Is that 2 out of 4? Alright, there's still a request. Off we go. Farfetch'd. I missed. Farfetch'd. He missed. Alright. Alright, we found the stairs, we found some money. Found a shortcut. Damn, we're just fucking throwing rocks at bitches. Oh, you tried to hypnosis me? Foolish. Foolish! Found some more money. The floor is defused. That's a terrifying sentence, but okay. You! Come home with me! Please! 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 I've been looking all over for you! Yes! 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 Finally! And I leveled up! I win! Oh, I win! Bone meringue? What the hell is bone meringue? Ah. We'll get rid of headbutt. We have bone club. The dog is coming home! The dog is coming home, Martha! Ooh, bone meringue's pretty sick. Alright, time to go save the Stantler again. we leveled up now? Uchi, level 21, very nice. Have an apple, Stantler. Go on. You don't need to come with us, though. I don't need you, I already have one. Why do they all want to come with me now? What? Why do all the dogs suddenly want to come home with me? What's happening? I mean, I will collect them all if given an opportunity. I all of a sudden have that dog in me, I guess. Yeah, I guess so. So what the fuck is happening? Ooh, we'll take this one. This one already has a move. What, Gore? Huh? What's happening? Gore's talking about fucking Pokemon again. Alright, we gotta go get Weedle. Let's go, gang. Damn. That man stood not a single chance. Hi, Kula. How are you? Stop sending me photos of your nuts. Thank you. We may exit the dungeon. I have gotten everything I want out of this dungeon. I am happy. I am content. Hacknea may stay. I got 2 Houndours. This Houndour will not be staying. However, this Houndour will be staying. Yes. This little one will be named after me. Here we go. They're not for you, they're for Gore. God damn it! Stop sending my husband photos of your nuts. All right. Perfect apples. Rescue points. Rescuing Minun. All right. The team's looking good. I finally got a Houndour. So Poochie will be going back into the box, but I need to level up the Houndour first, so. I mean, I'm not really suffering, no. I haven't really done any of the story, though. I've just been trying to gather the Pokemon I want right now. Thanks, bud. All right. Whee! Alright, time to do some gold dojo drills. With Tragedy. Where is she? There she is. Alright, girly. Let's do Dark Maze. Yeah, I probably will end up with Poochie and Tragedy on... Well, no, I probably actually am gonna replace Poochie with Tragedy so I don't have two dark types. Ow. Take that! Take that! Hi, Morcentum! How are you? Take it! Suck it up! Perish! Die! 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 Have you ever dreamed that your ex-fiance is pregnant and she said, calls your parents telling you she needs bail money? No, I don't. Dream's going good. It's pretty laid back today. I'm kind of not feeling super 100% physically. We're kind of just chilling out. I mean, why is she in jail? What did she do? But yeah, it's not really your it's not really your responsibility anymore. Y'all aren't together anymore. There's a dream, Peach. I have no clue. I guess that's fair. I don't know. I wouldn't. Maybe that's mean of me. Alright. Imba! 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 Oh, bite. Imba! What do you mean, edgy ass dog? He does cute little spins. He's so adorable. Look at his little spin. It was just weird that it came to me in a dream. Dreams are weird like that sometimes, though. Though I had a dream about Bunny before I knew I was pregnant, so who knows? He def contemplates all night. He's a good boy. Let's try the fire maze. She doesn't exist. She does exist. She's just out there somewhere and you just don't know where. The love of everybody's life exists. She's just out there somewhere. Don't agility me. Ow. What do you mean you don't see her that way yet? What does that mean, Kula? I've got so many questions. You are such an enigma to me. Yeah, you are. To me, at least. Alright, there we go. Oda Sleuth. We will forget Roar for Odor Sleuth. Well, so Gore, all of this happened in a dream. I don't know if you caught that. Alright, where is my baby? Where is my baby? There she is. You are one of my favorites. Okay. We will do evasive rhythm. Do 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 do. We will also be giving all of our... This is probably going to be a mistake, but I will be giving everything to them. Just for shits and giggles. I just think it's funny. Alright. Let's go to Mount Thunder. We're gonna edit team. Replace Poochie. Tragedy. Yeah, we can finally continue the story. So true. I think I have another detect band. Oh, zinc band. Ooh, okay. For you. Alright, let's go. We can finally continue the story. I have the Pokemon I want. I'm not even... I'm sorry. Let's give it our best. Let's go get Shiftry, I guess. I forgot to grab apples! Fuck! Oh, god damn it. My dumbass. Electrike wants to come with us? Sure. Electrike's just another dog. Ooh, male Nidoran? Cool. Yeah, honestly, as many dogs want to come with us, can. Alright. Go ahead and kill that Cagnia. Just go ahead and get it out of here. Is it an edgy dog? I mean, it's a dog, but is it edgy? Don't poison sting me, you bitch. Hold on. Going down to the market. Pick up. Pick up. Okay. 200 bucks? Alright, bet. Have a good day. He's got inner angst. True. He's kind of cute, though. Oh, hi. Why are you all up in everybody's business? Sir? Is... Ow! Fucking hell. That was just hurtful. Be gone. Houndoom is my favorite edgy Pokemon dog. He's so cute. He's my favorite Pokemon dog of all time, I think. Followed pretty closely by Fido. Like the Fido line, I kind of grew to love really quick. A lot faster than I expected to. And then I really love the Lycanroc line as well. Oh, the night form? Yeah, I think my favorite is the sunset form, but I also really do love the night form. There's a lot of bitches here. Mega Houndoom is pretty cool, that's true. I'm not really a big Mega Evolution fan. Gore knows this about me, but I kind of found Megas to be unnecessary when I played. So I played that whole game without ever touching a Mega form. Unless the game forced me to. Which is a little funny. I don't think I've seen Mega Electrike. Black and red is such a vibe. I know it's such a common vibe, which is why I tried to mix it up with the blues. And then with my new outfit, it's black, reds, whites, and golds. He just becomes a big-ass lightning bolt. Oh, does he? I didn't know that. I'll have to look at it. Stantler, no, buddy. Go home. Who already needs fucking... Damn. I'm really looking forward to the white and red and gold that I'm gonna be doing for my other model. God, my new model being in progress is... Every time I think about it, I just get so excited and so happy. Oh, you want to learn Giga Drain? Absolutely, you can. Get rid of Mega Drain. Yeah. Fuck it up, bud. Every time I remember the fact that my model is in progress, I just get so excited. I feel like I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm like sitting here bouncing, just thinking about it. I'm like, oh my god! Oh, too excited, too excited, too excited, too excited, too excited. Literally could sit here and just talk about how excited I am. But it would just be a repetition of me going, I'm so excited, I'm so excited, I'm so excited. Cacnea. Buddy, we already have one. No thank you. Sent you a photo of Manic Trick. Oh! Yeah, he does become a giant lightning bolt. I've seen Mega Houndoom before, though. Yeah, he does just become a giant lightning bolt, huh? So you're gonna poison me and then ask to hang out? You can stay. The other one doesn't have a... Oh my god. Are you kidding me right now? How the hell are you gonna poison me and then ask to hang? Yeah, he sure is toxic. Why did I even let him hang? It's just because he just has a special. Oh! Hey, Heracross. See, this game is so fun for me because I don't know what Pokemon are going to be in it at all. So I'm always just like casually surprised to see what Pokemon end up being in the game. good boy, I think. Yeah, here you go, buddy. Good morning. Yeah, you can come. Lonely courage. When he has no nearby teammates, it gets very strong. Ooh. Ow! That was fucking rude. Well, I know Gen 1 through 3, but I don't know what Pokemon from Gen 1 through 3 are gonna be in the game. You know what I mean? Like, I doubt all of them are gonna be in the game. Why is my dog losing his mind out there? What the hell's wrong with him? Oh! Hello. Oh, do you want to come too? I mean, sure, you can come. That's fine. Oh, the kitten. I've got little dog and big dog. Whoa, tragedy. What the fuck? I've got a whole party. Look at this. This is ridiculous. This is a fucking ridiculous line of people. Hot dog buns are fucking stupid. They always go bad first. I don't understand how or why. Yeah, I guess I am kind of bringing in an army to save Shiftry. Kill this man. Murder him. Chuck rocks at him. I wanted bacon wrapped hot dogs. Oh, ew. Sorry, Kula. That's an ew for me. Oh, there's an Electabuzz here. Hey, buddy. Can you leave my newbies alone, please? Thanks. You dog! Come here! 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 Oh, everybody else wanted to join. I thought you would too. That was my childhood favorite dog Pokemon. Arcanine. Hula, I'm allergic to bacon. I'm allergic to pork. You know this. What the hell are you two doing? I've said it before. Dunsparce! Come home with me. Come home with me. I've got so many dogs right here. You can come home with me. Damn it. You don't need to come home with me. I already have one of you. Next. Me and the squad rolling up to Mollywop. So true. Damn, I was really hoping she would come home with me. Here's an apple, Dunsparce. Live on. Would you like to come home with me? Oh, I don't have anywhere you can come home with me. Alright, well bye, bud. I need an apple. For myself. Also, can I eat this now? Oh, I can. Okay, we just murdered Growlithe. That's fine. Me and the squad are rolling up to Mollywop. We are not playing around. Thank you for the pet core. Oh, Zubat. Buddy, come here. Oh, I'm out of apples. Damn. Get out of here. You asshole. Unfortunate to be out of apples at a time like this. Yeah, I'm not sure either, so we're about to find out. Enetric, leave us alone. No! You can't come with us. We already have one. I'm looking for an apple. Do y'all have any apples around here? Guess not. Yeah, well. Sorry, Zubat. We've climbed so high. I wonder if we're almost at the top. Oh, look, Peach. Ooh, this is a Kangaskhan statue. It lets you move items in and out of the toolbox. It's really useful on adventures. You should use it when you want to organize your items. Anyway, not far to go now. Let's do this. Oh, I would like to do that, actually. Go ahead and put that in there. I'm out of apples, so... Let's go. Me and the squad rolling up to McDonald's to fix the McFlurry machine. It's not even our job, but we sure are doing it. Oh, McFlurry sounds so good right now. I think I just want ice cream. Damn, y'all fucked him. Yeah, we'll go on. We're running out of apples. Manectric, get out of here. I just had an ice cream sandwich. Send Goral to give him a few to take home. I would appreciate you forever. What the fuck is happening? Nidoran? Are we good? Ow! Jesus. I'm just looking for one more item. Alright, we're heading for the stairs, gang. Run, run, run. I know the line is long, but hold steady. If you're not coming home with me, I don't want to see your face. Get that Electabuzz. Bitch, I've got Lightning Rod. You can't hurt me. Get out of here. Ow! That can't hurt me, however. Oh, and that can put me to sleep. I'm gonna try to. I beat Sun and Moon with only a dog team. So I only use dog type Pokemon. So this is the mountain's peak. Hey Zapdos, where are you? We came to rescue Shiftry. Show yourself. Zapdos literally cannot hurt me because I have Lightning Rod. Which is a very funny thing. Wah! I warned you. I have no mercy for meddlers. I'm not scared. You don't frighten me. Hey Zapdos, let Shiftry go. A Pokemon rescue team, that's what we are. You must be determined to utter such words. Then you shall answer to my great and righteous fury. I am the mother of dog girls. It's so true. Go get it. The whole gang rolled up to jump this motherfucker. This is as close to him as I can get. Get his ass! I have lightning rod, you dumb whore! What are you gonna do about it? Jump him! We are a rescue team. And our friends that didn't really sign up to be a rescue team but are here anyways. We jumped his ass! Y'all just rolled up to bully a legendary bird. And we won! What's going on? Look, rescue team is what we call our gang. Whoa! Go wow! Damn, Charizard! Charizard said, I'll take you on. You want more? Imagine being an electric type and a ground type with lightning rod just pulls up with his gang. You're like, I'm gonna kill you. You have fucking lightning rod. Fuck this. And you just leave. That's enough fighting. I've calmed down. Take Shiftry back. Kids, you've impressed me. But things won't be this easy next time. I will go out all out next time, so you best be prepared. Wait, so you are now a calm bird telling me that now next time you see me, it will be on sight. So I was fighting you because you were too enraged that you wouldn't hear a reason. I beat the shit out of you with my little bone, popped you in the head with a couple of boners, and now that you're calm and smell like sweat, you're gonna threaten to jump me? A baby? That's fucking ridiculous. Until then, you'd better hone your skills. Alright, peace out. Oh, hey, Shiftry. Fucking asshole. Yeah, he sure is threatening me. Are you okay? Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, somehow I am. I'm glad you're safe. That was an eye-opener. Driving off that Zapdos. I agree. You're awfully strong for a plain Cubone. I have lightning rod. I sensed it when we first met. You have lightning rod. Perhaps you aren't a Pokemon, are you? Wow, how could you tell? But you're right, Peach isn't a Pokemon. Peach is a human. What? A human? Is that possible? Can something like that happen? Doesn't really know what happened either. Just woke up one morning here as a Pokemon and doesn't remember a thing about being a human. Oh, that's right. Lombre said something in the square. He said Alakazam knows everything. Alakazam, do you know why Peach became a Pokemon? Fuck no. No, I can't determine that. Huh, I thought you would know. However, there is a way to unveil the truth. Oh really? How? Make your way to the Hill of the Ancients. There you will find a Pokemon that stares into the sun all day. A Pokemon that is said to see into the future. He's fucking blind. He sees spots all the time. Xatu is his name. You should shed light on your puzzling friend. Okay, so we should go see Xatu. Peach, let's roll. We're going to the Hill of the Ancients. There's no time to lose. We'd better go back quick. Shiftry, you too. Let's hurry back. Yeah. Guess we should. Yeah, bro's blind as a motherfucker. Don't just stand around. Let's go back. Yeah, he's threatening me while I have lightning rod. That man's dumb as rocks. Bro just made some babies beat his ass. He really did. Alakazam, I know you. I don't think you're completely ignorant about this. You know something, don't you? There's something that concerns me, but it should go unspoken for now. For their sake. Yeah, that Xatu is blind as hell. Electrike wants to hang out. Yeah. Nidoran wants to hang out. No. $400 bucks. That Nidoran was fucking loaded. This Nidoran can stay, however. Yes. No. Heracross is more than welcome to stay. Absolutely. Yeah, that Zatu's blind as hell. He's been staring at the sun all this time. Blind as fuck. That's a good boy right there. I'm just collecting all the dogs. I don't mean to, but... Good morning! I just beat the shit out of a legendary! All dogs go to our team. That I should have named Heaven, now that I'm thinking about it, so all dogs go to heaven. Oh well. I did a little checking around yesterday. The Hill of the Ancients is in the Great Canyon. Let's roll. We're off to the Great Canyon. Can I get the mail? Oh, what's up with you? Listen, Trevor. Huh? What's that? Why are you so fired up? Why? What, you need to ask? Your hard work doesn't even benefit you. Well, sure. It lets me try harder to do my best because it's not about me. You and me, we're friends, right, Peach? I want to do my best because it's for you, Peach. That's what it's about. So anyways, let's give our best, as usual. Spit on my titties, Pelipper. Thank you for the mail. Alright. Thank you for the mail, Pelipper. What do we got? Teddiursa has sweet hands. Yes, they do. I've got sweet hands too. But I'm not out here showing them off. I'm glad everybody over here is having a good old time. Excuse me, I've got more places to unlock. What do you mean, huh? What'd I say? I need 7,000 for that one. Let's grab Echo Cave. And then let's grab Frigid Cavern so we can get some ice types. And then let's see, what else can we get? Oh, we can get Tadpole Pond for sure. I got the power of God and anime on my side. Hi, Dire Wolf Boy, how are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Gore, can I get a shout out, please, for Dire Wolf Boy? If possible. If not, I can do it. How are you? How was your stream? I'll do it. Oh no, Gore's got it. You're playing Max Payne? I have never played Max Payne. Did you have a good time? Also, hello streamers, for those of you, or streamers, raiders. For those of you who don't know, my name is Cyberpeach. I am your local cottage core. That's what I used to be. Cyberpunk dog wolf girl. And I'm losing my mind today. My brain is not working. We're gonna go do a couple of quests and then we'll jump back into the story. Max Payne is so good. I've heard good things about it, but I've never had I've never gone out of my way to like try it. We're playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, obviously. I've never played Pokemon Mystery Dungeon before. This is only my second time streaming it. We're kind of just having a grand time. I already have an Elekid. Get out of here. PC port's hella broken though. Is it true? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, my brain's fried today. So like my thoughts are jumbled, my words are jumbled, everything's jumbled. So I'm very sorry. I'm apologizing for it now. I'm also like full of yawns today and I don't know why. So I'm very sorry about that as well. I'm trying to beeline it onto the story of this game, but, or at least today I am. But I am being a little bit of a menace right now. Thank you for the pet, Gore. Oh, we don't have a female Nidoran? Alright, well now we do. I had to download a fix, but it wasn't too bad. Well, that's good at least. I love when fixes aren't super hard. Wow. There's one Pokemon. Alright, you two go home together. Oh, thank you for the stretch. I have to be a little gentle about my stretch today because I am having pretty bad back cramping. And if I stretch too hard, I can hurt myself. But thank you. I went ahead and did a stretch for you. I'll also take a sip of water while I'm thinking about it. And my Pokemon are just kind of running. Yeah, a gentle stretch today. A gentle stretch. Oh, well, there's Voltorb. Let's go solve the problem. We'll boomerang that fucker. Elekid, baby, I already have you. I already have one. I don't need another. Yeah, we really do be running this dungeon. Alright, that's 2 out. I know, the background music in this game is so good. I like it a lot. Alright, we got 2 more quests to do, I think. We will take the apples. Thank you. That's mostly why I went and started doing these little quests, was just to get some apples before we went to the next place. Minin', kill it. Anyways, next. Kill it. Murder the Rattata. I would like to go on, yes, thank you. Oh, there's the Plusle I need to save. And kill that guy. Grab another apple. And grab this item. Take him out. Is this the last Pokemon I needed to grab, or do I need to grab one more? I think I might need to grab one more. Hi, Teothold! How are you? Okay, yeah, we're good. Hold on. Ah, damn. Sorry, I'm late. Need to verify. It's alright. I don't mind. It was actually really funny, so... I love it. Sorry, I forgot I had verification on. I hope you understand. It's just for safety reasons. Nothing crazy. Save the best for last. Exactly. That's a good way to word it, Core. Alright, okay, let's get into the story again. He's one of mine, I figured. With his direwolf raid message. Alright, we gotta go to the Great Canyon and find Xatu. Spit on me! Sorry. I get a little excited for Pelipper mail. Alright, Azumarilla's a little hero, Dungeons and Weather, Sinister Wood request. Alright, let's get it. Let's get it! We're gonna try this canyon. I need to edit some items real quick though. I don't use these wands really. I don't have any ideas of Pokemon. I'm doing good. So this is a Pokemon game I personally have never played before. But it is very fun. So far, I've been having a good time with it. It does not play at all like any other Pokemon game I've ever played before, though. So it is definitely a bit of an adjustment for me, at least. But I am having a very good time. What's my history with Pelipper? Oh, we were lovers at one point. It didn't work out, though. This is the Great Canyon. The peak is called the Hill of the Ancients. Alakazam said that the Hill of the Ancients is on the 13th floor. That's where we'll find Xatu. Peach, let's give it our best. 13 fucking floors, huh? Alright. But we're doing good. I'm just kind of having a little bit of a slow day today, hanging out. Pokemon, like the OG Pokemon games are huge comfort games for me. So I figured on the first day of my period, why not hang out and play a Pokemon game that I've never really played before. Yeah, having a good time with the game is so important. And I am having a good time with the game, I am happy to say. Jesus Christ. Wait! Why is Poochie here? I picked the wrong fucking Pokemon. I picked the wrong fucking Pokemon, chat. I fucked it. Poochie shouldn't be here. It should be tragedy. Where's Poochie? Why is Poochie here? It's the traveling, unfortunately. It's like dating a mailman. Yeah, it's like dating a fucking driver. I had Poochie in the last dungeon too. What the fuck? Doduo, you're always welcome. Hop in. God damn it! Hi, Lobster. How are you? I feel like such an idiot. I didn't even notice. Trying to mentally prep for tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Friday. What's happening on Friday? Good night, Gula. I will absolutely place a pipe bomb in your mailbox, but only because you requested it. All right, come on. Oh, big boy. There's a big old boy. I want the Phanpy. Bring her to me. But what's happening tomorrow, Lobster? I want him. Come here, 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 come here. Damn it. I wanted Murkrow. I feel like a little bit of a fool. I found an apple. I want all the apples. You cannot have enough apples. All right, I'm kind of sad that I have Poochie and not my baby. Oh, Teothold, thank you so much for. Is it Teothold? I just now realized I think I pronounced it a different way every time. But thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the dog pound. Oh, he's using growth. Watch out. Get him with the bone meringue. All right, let's go. Murkrow, come here. I want you. And I need you. Yay. Absolutely, you can stay, buddy. It's German, but I can't handle... But I can handle your pronunciation. I want to pronounce it right. I do, I promise. See, now Poochie's gonna level up when I needed Tragedy to level up. You see my issue? I can handle it. Oh. But I'm willing to try. Stop healing yourself, you fucker. Alright, let's go. Hello, beautiful. Aw, Breloom didn't want to stick around. There's another one, though. Ask Direwolf, I'm trying to teach him some German. That's fair. I don't know German. I speak a little bit of Irish, though. Not much. But, you know. I need to eat an apple. Excuse me. And I need to... He taught me bad words. Why do you sound like you're trying to snitch? Dragon's breath. Alright, let me out. Let's go. You're trying to hurt me. Stop trying to hurt me. Damn it. God damn it. I have no idea what y'all are saying. I don't speak German. Vampy, you want to come home with me? No? Okay. Cacturn, you want to come home with me? You do? You can come home with me. Oh. I wasn't expecting him to immediately Destiny Bond. But that was definitely a choice. Sorry, the immediate Destiny Bond was a bit of a jump scare. Alright. What are you growling at? How's what working? My VTuber model? Oh, it's connected to my phone. So, I don't actually have to wear a suit or anything for this. I would if it was a 3D model, but this is 2D, so it's all drawn 2D. And the way it works essentially is I have an app on my phone that has the model on it, and it connects to my camera. And it tracks my face via my camera. So I don't have any arm controls. I can't move my arms up and down, but I can move my head, full turns. I can go up, I can go down, I can wiggle, jiggle, I can shake my boobs. I've also got legs under here too. It's a full body. I have what's referred to in the industry as a full body VTuber model, which essentially means that I've got head to toes, head to tippies, and my feet do move as well. When I take like little steps, I can take like little steppies. Hold on, I will actually show you if you'll give me 1 second. Crazy technology, the boobs wiggle, it's so true. But yeah, hold on, I'm making myself real small. But I've got full, ooh, that's a little too small, I think. I got full movement. I can do little steppies. But my tail, I've got a tail that moves. I've got some little emoticons. I can take off my jacket. I can take off my pants. Put them both back on. I can be a bit of a menace. But yeah, so that's essentially it. Just works via my phone. Yeah, it's crazy technology. I like it a lot. I think it's super cool. I'm actually in the process of getting a new model. Same character, but new outfit and design. I actually just paid for the new model yesterday, so it's part of what I've been calling my 2.0, which will be adding some lore and some new special things to streams. Hopefully here this fall, or this winter. and I'm super excited for it. But I actually just confirmed the model yesterday, so I just paid for it yesterday. So it's currently in the works. So the program that I use is a free-to-use program, but my model is custom made, meaning the design is custom, and the so the design is custom. So I actually do pay an artist to make my model, including all updates, such as my new update. And I pay the model artist, and then I also pay the rigger. The rigger is the person that makes it move, essentially. And because of the artist and rigger that I picked for myself personally, they fit within my budget, but they are a little pricey. For good reason. They're amazing artists, the both of them. So I don't mind it. It's still within my budget, but it is not cheap. However, there are ways to VTube on a budget. There are people who make models that are already like pre-rigged. And you don't get like a custom design or anything nice like that, but you know, some people buy a design that they see online that they really, really like, and that ends up working for them perfectly for their VTuber stuff. Also, some people don't take it seriously. For me, this is my job. For a lot of people, this is just a fun side hobby. So I spend a lot more money on this than I think somebody who is just doing it as a side hobby would, because for me, this is work. Yeah, it's really good for 2D. I like it a lot, actually. I've got full, like, side-to-side mouth motions. I've got tongue rigging, so I can stick my tongue out. I've got all kinds of fun little things you can do. And I will say, my model would be considered more on the advanced side for VTubing models, with all of the additional, like, rigging that I have on my model, such as the tongue and the side-to-side mouth motion. All of that is considered kind of extra. So I would consider myself somebody with a... I don't want to say higher quality, but I think that's just what they're called. But yeah, no, VTubers are super rad, and it's super fun. I love being a VTuber. Oh, hi, Taros. One thing I do like about this game is I can just chat while I play. I just have a grand old time while I'm playing. What this kind of stuff costs? It kind of depends. So, I will say that my model, this one that you're looking at right now, I don't remember the exact cost of everything, and I will say that my model artists have raised their prices since then. But everything I worked on for this model, I would say was around $2,000 altogether. The one that I'm currently working on right now, with everything, the model, the rigging, the layouts, the, like, the everything, because I'm getting a whole new everything. I'm getting new layouts, new stream screens, a new model, a new rig, new emotes, new music. All of that is going to cost me around, anywhere between $3,000 to $4,000. But that's because I'm starting a whole setup from scratch. And I did the same for this model. My older model that I had, my OG model, was a cow model. She cost me $1,000 altogether. And I made all my layouts and everything. So she was kind of my budget model. Not to say she was a bad model. To this day, I love her dearly. I still own her. I still use her from time to time. But she was kind of my budget model. So all in all, I would say she cost me $1,000, maybe. Yeah, Peach was great. I loved her. I still do. I love her so much, I still go by her name. Oh, there's a dog fight back there. Poochie's getting jumped. Damn. Good job, Pooch. I'm sure it will pay out. I'm honestly not super worried about it. I've been streaming for about 3 years now, so... And I'm doing it also just out of the passion of the game. You know, like, I just have so much passion about this in general that it doesn't even bother me really if it doesn't pay out, because like I'm genuinely just having a really good time. You know? But like I said, there are websites where if it's something you're interested in, you can buy pre-made models that are fully drawn, fully rigged, and they cost anywhere from $50 to $1,000 depending on the person who made it and the quality, you know? Though I've seen some really good high quality models for 200 bucks. Oh yeah, and PNG tubing is super popular too. Essentially, PNG tubing is when if you're not sure if you want to be a VTuber, you just get a PNG. Just get art. I've got some where that's just my model, closed mouth, and then open mouth for when I talk. And a lot of people do that and stick with it for a really long time. Oh right, we made it to the top. This is the Hill of the Ancients. Look, over there. Wow, he is really just staring into the sun. Peach, is that Xatu over there? I mean, yeah. Excuse me. Are you maybe Xatu? Hello? Maybe he doesn't hear me. Hello? Hello? Get ready, I'm getting myself some wiggly boobies. You absolutely can. Also, enjoy these wiggly boobies, because I don't think I'm going to have them with the new model, so. Only because my new model is wearing an armor top. So it's kind of hard to have wiggly boobies and armor. It's useless. He's not responding at all. Maybe he's sleeping while on his feet? Peach, what should we do? Huh? Tickle him. Alright, I'll try. He's tickling. It's useless, Peach. I'm not getting any response. Huh? We made him laugh. He finally started laughing. Maybe is he just dense? Yikes. Witness it. The sinking of the sun. Indeed, I am Xatu. You discerned my true identity. You are not an ordinary sort. Guessed your identity, that's a bit much. No, I can tell this. You there. You are no ordinary Pokemon. You are human, yes? Huh? How can you tell that? All day, I stare at the sun unblinking. It gives me sight for all things. The past and the future, too. Then you've got to tell us, Xatu! This is my friend Peach. My friend woke up one morning as a Pokemon without remembering anything from being human, too. Xatu, you can tell, can't you? Can't you tell us? The calamities of nature. There have been many in recent times. They occur because the world's balance is upset. And you're becoming a Pokemon. They are tied together, inseparably so. Wait, Peach becoming a Pokemon and natural disasters, they're related? What do you mean? What does Peach have to do with the natural disasters we've been seeing? What is it? Hey! Why'd you clam up? Come on, tell us, please! There are bigger concerns. I am afraid. The world's balance must be restored, or the unthinkable shall befall our world. What? What did you say? The world? The unthinkable is going to happen? Every day I see it. Same future every day. I dread it. Xatu. I fear it. The world's destruction. The world's destruction? Isn't that a surprise? That Peach was human. That's going to be useful. This should be interesting. I am causing natural disasters. A tragedy for real, for real. Yeah, it's a really good way to save your privacy. Which I appreciate as a mother, you know? Duo can stay. Absolutely. I do not want to give him a nickname. Dunsparce wants to join the team. Absolutely. Alright. Murkrow wants to stay. Absolutely. I love myself a Murkrow. No nickname needed. Cacturne wants to stay. Absolutely. Hi, Dogant! How are you? And Ariados? Is it Ariados? I've never actually pronounced this Pokemon's name out loud before. Can I name her Ariana Grande? Alright, good morning to me. Morning, Peach. Let's keep doing our best. Actually, I need to ask you something. Remember what Xatu said yesterday? Does it bother you? Not really. Huh? You're not bothered? Not even a little? Peach, that's not funny! The world might be destroyed, and how you became a Pokemon, Peach. That's all supposed to be related. Oh, I get it. On second thought, you must be more worried than I am. You're in the middle of this, of course you're worried. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. Xatu said the world would be destroyed if nothing's done. I want to do something, but I don't really get it. Tell me, the world's balance, what is that? Peach, do you know? Do you know what the world's balance is? Okay. Yeah, I guess so. It'd be impossible to know. Oh, good night! Thank you for coming by. I appreciate it. Aside from the fact that I've gotten 6 hours of sleep over the past 2 days, same, bestie, same. Ariados? Ariados. Interesting. Honestly, I don't know what to do. I guess we'll just have to do what we can. One thing at a time. Cool. Where's my mail? Do I not get mail today? Oh god. Those guys are talking and I missed it. Yeah, I'm kind of shocked. I always thought it was only a legend. Could it be true? I'm having a hard time believing it. Hey, what's up? Well, you know the Ninetales legend? That old story? Ninetales legend? What's that? What? You don't know? You know, it's that old fairy tale. How you'll get cursed if you ever grab one of Ninetales' tails. Why would you do that? All this time, everyone thought it was just a legend, but lately it's been rumored that maybe it really happened. Well, it is still a mere rumor. I wouldn't put too much stock on that story if I were you. Personally, I don't believe in rumors of that sort. If you want to know more about the Ninetales legend, you should go see a Pokemon named Whiscash. He knows the story well. Whiscash is, you know, in his pond. You should visit him if you want to know more. Was Whiscash born in this pond? I just want to know. I hope to see you again one day. It was nice to meet you. Alright, tell me old folklore. The Ninetales legend, please. Let's recount the tale. Oh, Jesus, okay. There once lived a Pokemon by the name of Ninetales. Yeah, there are quite a few of them. Now, Ninetales had many tails, all of them imbued with psychic power. It was said that anyone so foolish as to touch a tail would be cursed for 1,000 years. But there was someone so foolish as to grab a tail, and it was a human. Human? Yes, a human. One might expect the human that grabbed the tail was subjected to a 1,000-year curse. However, just when the curse was cast, a Pokemon named Gardevoir shielded the human, sacrificed herself to absorb the curse. Why? Why would that Pokemon, Gardevoir, take the human's place? Gardevoir, that human was her partner. There exist strong bonds between humans and Pokemon. Alright, but humans, aren't there good ones and bad ones too? Correct. Taking pity on Gardevoir, Ninetales asked the human this. Do you wish to save Gardevoir? It asked. But the human had already abandoned Gardevoir and fled. Ninetales became disillusioned with the human, and it made this prediction. That human will one day be reborn as a Pokemon. What? A human would turn into a Pokemon. And when the human becomes a Pokemon, the world's balance will be upset. Damn, we ran from our Pokemon wife after she took a curse for us? That's crazy. Yeah, she went from fire to ice to psychic. I'm terrified. That is how the legend ends. Well, did you find it interesting? Who is Bria? Why are you online? Aha! You found it so interesting you're at a loss for words. There's no need to wear such an anxious expression. Certainly some rumors say that the legend may actually be true, but it's only ancient folklore, nothing more. If you feel the urge to hear my tale again, come see me. You get back there and fuck your Pokemon wife. How dare you let her take the blow and not blow her in return? You see, personally, I would never run from my Gardevoir wife. I mean, I wouldn't either, but here we are. What do you got? Hyper Beam! Giga Impact? Hyper Beam. That makes sense. Focus Blast? Listen, Peach. Want to knock off for today? I can't seem to get into things. Stop calling it knocking off! I'm sorry. Sorry for wanting to go home before getting the job done. But I just can't get into it. I guess it's because I heard that story. I'm gonna call it a day and get some sleep. I'll see you tomorrow. You bitch. God, I love to knock off. Peach, sorry. I started doubting you a little. But I've made up my mind. I'm going to believe in you. Because you're my friend. An important friend. Yes, a really important friend. Alright, Peach. Let's get back to doing our best tomorrow. Damn! He heard that as a human, I may have abandoned my partner Pokemon and went, fuck this bitch. And honestly, I can't say I blame him. His important friend he met a week ago. Again. Hi, Gardevoir. It's that dream again. I always see this silhouette. Who could it be? That's a Gardevoir, babe. Oh. It's saying something. But I can't quite make it out. It's clearer than it was before, but I'll try talking to it. Hello? Please, tell me. You. Who are you? I am Gardevoir. Gardevoir? Beg for forgiveness! Kiss her feet! Her tiny little feet. Oh, look at how happy she is. I'm so glad. Finally. I finally got to meet you. Huh? Finally met me? You knew me from before? What about me? I'm your... Oh, wait! Just a little longer. Damn. I want to know more. No, it's fading. Damn. What a strange dream. The dream I always have, but it was clearer than it was before. I think I finally learned who that Pokemon was. That's it! Gardevoir! It was Gardevoir! Yesterday Whiscash said... Yeah, I know what Whiscash said. I just read it. Yeah, I know. We just did all this. Maybe I was the human who was Gardevoir's partner. Maybe I was the one that abandoned her when she was cursed. Maybe that's why I turned into a Pokemon. Damn. I miss our wife, Tails. I miss her a lot. Morning, Peach! Huh? You look pale. What's up with you? How do I look pale? I've got a fucking skull on my head. Well, anyway, let's give it our best like always. Oh yeah, when I was on the way here, I think there was a commotion at Pokemon Square. I wonder if something happened. How? How is there a commotion at Pokemon Square? You came this way. Pokemon Square is this way. Liar. Damn, everyone's gone. Hmm? The town's atmosphere feels different somehow. Maybe something's happened. Peach, let's check it out. Everyone's gone. Look! Why is everyone gathered over there? Hey, what's up? Let me tell you, I was amazed. It really was true. What are you talking about? The Ninetales legend! I never believed the rumors, so you can bet I was shocked to learn the truth. Peach, Trevor. Oh, hi, Caterpie. Even you came out, Caterpie? Yes. Shh, quiet! That guy there's telling us. Keep it down. Huh? Who's doing the talking? It's... Gengar? I went up to the Hill of the Ancients, and that's where I saw it. It was a shocking stuff, I tell you. Shocking stuff? This certain Pokemon was getting advice from Xatu. That Pokemon, it looks like an ordinary Pokemon. But get this! It was originally a human! What? Really existed. A human that turned into a Pokemon. There's more. Xatu told the human that how the human became a Pokemon has a lot to do with how the world's balance is upset. Wait a second, that's exactly like the Ninetales legends. Don't be too shocked yet, there's more. You all know how there have been many natural disasters, correct? According to Xatu, these disasters are caused by the world's balance being upset. And if the world's balance isn't restored soon, the unthinkable will happen to the world. That's what Xatu said. I would not trust a Gengar with anyone's personal information. Yeah, that's kind of the point here, I think. What? The world, the unthinkable is going to happen? What are we to do? That Gengar, he's getting everyone worked up. Now, people, there's no need to panic. Why, I think there's a way we could do something about this. What can we do? Oh, it's quite simple, actually. If the world's balance is upset by a human becoming a Pokemon, well then if that human is gone, everything should return to normal, correct? That's true. That's not how that works at all. When you put it that way, maybe you're right. And that human is the rotten coward that abandoned Gardevoir, correct? I don't think the human can complain about anything if we get rid of it. Isn't that right, Peach? What? What? It can't be. You? You were that human? Is that true? Hey. Whoa. This is like, we can explain. We're not asking you, we're asking Peach. So, Peach, what is it? Are you really the human that was in the legend? You know. Just kill the human, yeah. Throw him into a volcano, chuck him into the sea. This is Legends Arceus all over again. It really is. Fuck these guys. Peach. Hi, Whitebrow. It goes good. How are you? Looks like you got nothing to say in your defense, Peach. That's how it is, fellow Pokemon. Gabagool. Let's get rid of Peach and regain the peace. What? Everyone hold up. What's with you? What are you going to do? Ah! Peach, run! Thank you for the pets. Serves them right. Off tomorrow from work? Oh, hell yeah. I'm happy for you. What a surprise. I didn't think they were gonna get so weird all of a sudden. I thought we were about to be in some real trouble. Buddy, they know where I live. But hey, Peach, why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you say it's not you? Why didn't you say you're not the human that appears in the Legend of Ninetales? Listen, Trevor. Huh? What's up? Wanna in the team? What's the matter now? What are you saying all of a sudden? Give up our rescue team? That doesn't sound like you, Peach. What's up with that? Huh? You had a dream? And Gardevoir appeared in it? And that made you think that maybe you were the human after all? So that's what it is. That's what happened. Hey, Peach! That doesn't mean you remembered what you were like as a human, does it? You don't know what actually happened. You know that I believe in you, Peach, right? So... Oh! We're about to get jumped! After that scene in Pokemon Square, we held a town meeting on what we must do to save the world, and we arrived at a consensus. We must get rid of you. What did you say? I was incredulous too. I had hoped it would not come to this, but it is unfortunate. We will defeat you with all of our might. Damn, I'm getting jumped! Hi, Mizuna! How are you? I'm about to get jumped by these big old men. And not in a fun, sexy way. We're fighting here? We will give you tonight. Huh? Pack your supplies and get out of here. Come tomorrow, rescue teams of all sorts will take up the chase and attack you without hesitation. And not just you. Anyone that goes with Peach will be considered an enemy. The trackers will attack without mercy. That goes for us too. We will join in the hunt to be rid of you. Against all odds, you must run. Run. Run and survive. You must run until you uncover the truth. Alakazam, you bitch! There will be no mercy the next time we meet. Farewell. Yeah, I'm gonna buy apples. I'm doing good! I am on day 1 of my period, so we're playing Pokemon. So I don't have to move a whole bunch and can let my cramps chill. I cannot believe they jump in me. Didn't I say this before? I'm not gonna doubt you anymore. Whatever happens, I'll always believe in you. I won't be scared, even if the other rescue teams attack us. So what's all this about you not believing in yourself? Hi, Caterpie. I made a promise, remember? That we would make a rescue team base here. That I would join your rescue team when I grew up. I did take ibuprofen. I did. Don't give up. You're a hero to me. I believe in you too. Yeah, just versus 2 little dudes. 2 little dudes! I'm a baby! I'm baby! I know I just fucking beat the shit out of a Zapdos, but I'm baby! I don't want to be mollywopped. Look at me. I'm baby. I'm wearing my dead mom's skull. I'm baby. I'm baby. Stop trying to hurt me. Alright. We have to leave here for now, but we're gonna come back. We're gonna find the truth! The next dawn. Alright, it's time for us to move. Are you ready to roll? Not yet. I'll wait while you get ready. Tell me when you're set. We'll roll out then. I've got seeds. Got a few apples. Got some ether. Alright. We should be alright, I think. Can I go into town, or...? Okay, I can go into town. Okay. Not her not waking up. Alright, we're gonna that. Store the plain seeds. To make some space. I love that they all sleep in their little, like, areas. They all sleep in their storefronts. It's kind of cute. Okay, so that's 3 reviver seeds, 4 reviver seeds. We got a bunch of apples. Like 5 apples. I also love that their houses are shaped like them. It's very cute. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I got 4 spaces. We'll buy some apples. Right. Thanks, bud. The hole is filled in. Who filled in my hole? Okay, whatever. Guess you got started on a model sheet for a potential VTuber model. You, I hope. I hope. I just confirmed my 2.0 model tomorrow. Or yesterday, so. I want to keep our team members out of all this. Let's not tech our friends. We'll just go, you and me. You know what we have to do, right? We gotta run and keep running. We have to escape, like Alakazam said. Yeah, I know! Alakazam just said it. I'm so excited for you, Dogant. It's so much fun. Until I discover that truth, I have to run and survive, even if it means going to the edge of this world. Alright, let's roll out. Who's coming with us? Caterpie, and Metapod, and Jumpluff! I'm glad we made it! We wanted to see you off. Me too! Hi, Third Word! Good morning! It's me, Diglett! I wanted to send you off too. Everyone. Pelipper, you dropping off mail right now? Thanks, bud. Are you drawing it yourself, Dogant? The letter, Peach, could you read it? There's 3 letters in there, actually. Peach began reading the letter. Take care. It's farewell, but only for now. Until the day I can deliver mail to you again. I'll always be waiting. The wandering postal carrier, Pelipper. Pelipper, get it back over here. Let me kiss you on the lips. Come here. Let me kiss you on the lips, baby. Your mail is just a bunch of hate mail. Cat Girl Demon Lady. Oh, that's gonna be so good. Oh, that's gonna be so good. I'm so excited to see it. Even Pelipper. Everyone, thank you. The other Pokemon will be waking up soon. You have to go. Hurry. Yep. Peach, let's go. Hit the road. Somebody mails you a pipe bomb in this town? I'd believe it. We'll be waiting for both of you to return. Okay, thanks. We'll be back. Count on it. Until then, you guys be good. Damn, this is Pokemon Legends Arceus all over again. There's just a Master Ball in the moment you touch it, it sucks you in! Thus began Peach's cruel and arduous journey as a fugitive. What the fuck? Over forbidding mountains. Whoa, these cracks go down deep! Across fields of fire. Nature's gone savage here too. Forest fires are still burning out of control. But throughout it all, Peach's team kept their heads held high. Without a complaint, they marched on. This is what you get if you betray your wife. Whew, we sure came a long way out. But I was thinking while we were on the way. So many places have been hit by natural disasters. I bet there are many Pokemon that need help. I'd really like to get back to doing our rescue work. Sorry, I shouldn't complain. We have to get away now. Period. Period! Huh? I hear voices. I think they went this way. They can't get away, not from all of us. We have to find Peach quickly. Whoa, they're catching up to us already? Peach, we have to roll! Alright, I'm rolling. Yeah, remember chat, don't be a deadbeat. Lapis Cave. Zubat, you gotta get the fuck out of here, bro. I'm on the run. I'm a fugitive. Be gone. Can I?
My money don't jiggle jiggle.
It folds. I'd like to see you wiggle wiggle. For sure.
Ibuprofen money, D.
Thank you for the ibuprofen money, Morrison. I appreciate it. I will use it for more ibuprofen, though I think I still have a pretty big container of it, but I still do appreciate it nonetheless. I don't know what the fuck a totter orb is, but I just didn't take it. Remember, chat, never piss off the lady who can throw a black hole. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, Jesus. Stop attacking people. Gotta fuel that sweet, sweet drug money. Oh, yeah. That is that good, good, sweet drug money. Legal drugs. Chat. Eventually, in the far distant future, ibuprofen will be acquired. Pretty much, in the far distant future, I will need a new container of ibuprofen, and I would be like, do we have $20 for that? And then Gore will be like, somebody sent you $20 for that. And I'll be like, oh my god, you're so right. And I'll go cash out my $20 and go get ibuprofen. So thank you. My period cramps, thank you, more than anything else I could ever do. Because God knows I have the type of period cramps that'll take out a motherfucker. Honestly, depending on how I feel tomorrow, tomorrow's stream may or may not happen. Because tomorrow is going to be the really rough day for me. What a good and realistic bit. Yeah, it is a very realistic bit for me because God knows I'm gonna get taken out. The fuck's a link box? Hold on, 1 second. I just realized I don't know what a link box is. So we're gonna eat a perfect apple. So we don't have to eat another apple for a minute. And then we're gonna take that. Yeah, the second day of your period is absolute and utter ass. So tomorrow we may or may not stream, depending on how bad I'm feeling. I will do my best to stream irregardless. But I make no promises. Hey! Get out of here. Are you fucking for real right now? We're all just missing? Are we for real all just missing? It's a sleep seed. Not a revival seed, so it's not end of the world. Petrify orb. Kill the Illumais! I think I have a restraining order against Illumais as well. I can still go to the merchant here? Without him trying to kill me? I guess he's not part of a rescue team, so it doesn't really matter. Hey, don't sweet scent me, you bitch. Hey! Keep that shit to yourself. Fucking ouchie. Alright, let's go. Hey! Alright. I think Trevor probably needs that more than I do. I think that's my only one. If I see another one, I'll trade something out for it. Bone meringue! Get ass! Okay. Ah, there we go, the stairs. We're on the run. Bone meringue! I've leveled up. Trying to learn Rage? I don't think I will. Yeah. I do attack moves only, so. Get him! Eat his ass. Bone club him. Alright. Get it! And we're still digging. I'm glad I have an auto because some of this shit would have been, oh wait, would have been confusing as fuck for me. Need to drink. Because I am out of Brutal Swing. That apple. Go ahead and eat it. I mean, there's nothing stopping me from eating it. How does it feel to be a fugitive? Feels about right. So, this felt like where my life was destined to end up anyways, so. God damn it, die! Found another link box. I don't know what a link box is. Suppose I could just look. These be dropped. It didn't have to be this way. Link or D-link move. Oh. I forgot linking moves was a thing. I'm a fool. I know, as long as I didn't abandon my wife. I mean, if it were me, truly me, this never would have happened. I would have done anything she asked of me. Well, you know, I guess now would be a good time to link moves. This is why your Cubone mom abandoned you? I guess so. How does this work? I have no idea how this works. I did it, but I have no idea how it works. I feel like I'm gonna regret what I've just done, but... Oh, so it just like consistently uses multiple moves in a row. Jesus! Okay, well then I'm gonna go ahead and unlink it because that's a waste of fucking... feel like that's a waste of PP. So, ooh, do you want to come home with me? You don't know that I'm a criminal. Come home with me. Or don't. Uh-oh, I'm sleepy. This is why my Cubone mom abandoned me? Yeah, you're probably not wrong. Alright, let's see what we got going on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Trevor. Trevor. Don't waste all of our reviver seeds. You dumb bitch. Oh my god. Oh, I've been bound. Help. 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 Oh. God. I can't move! Okay. Totter seed. Not even a revival seed. Of course not. Why would it be? Why would it be? Oh, Trevor. You're killing me. These fucking things. Be so for real. Be so fucking for real right now. God. Jesus. The hell is going on? This sucks. Let's go. Get out of here, man. This is the worst. I'm all out of PP. I'm fighting for my life. Get to the steps. No! Trevor! Do something! Oh my god. We were doing so well. Until Trevor decided to be a bitch. No. Get that. Off to the stairs with you, sir. This is, I refuse to go out this way. I refuse. God save the queen. Are you so fucking for real? Be so fucking for real. The trap! Oh my god. Oh my god. Just go for the stairs. Just go for the stairs. Just get out of here. Oh. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Yes, please. Oh, I have to be online? Please. I don't have any friends. Oh.
Great job, gang, we did it.
Oh, I did it. Did it. Nico, thank you for the 5 months. You're the best. You're the best. I don't have any friends. I don't have any friends. I have online. I just don't have any friends. I gotta give up on my rescue. How many apples did I lose? We couldn't get through. I think we got cocky and careless. I didn't get cocky and careless. Oh, you lose all your items? Oh. This is ridiculous. How do you lose all your items? Bring 3 of these. Alright. I didn't realize you lost everything. Alright, we're gonna take the rock path this time. Oh, thank God. Alright, next. Blast seed. We are definitely going in here. Oh, right, we don't have any money. We do have money. Oh, I shouldn't have eaten that. You can steal? I've got money, it's fine. Oh, guess I'm stealing. Oh! Damn it! Stealing was not a good idea! I didn't even mean to steal. I wasn't trying to. I was trying to talk to him to sell. I forgot to sell. You have to put it down. Oh boy. That escalated very quickly. Jesus. We have no money. I love Gore being like, steal. And then later being like, oh, well, I mean, it's really hard to do, and it's even harder to do successfully. Like, asshole. Like, oh, is it? Gore, I have to get through this fucking game. How do you expect me to get through this game if I can't even get past this point? Because I need to know if I get stuck, I'm done. I'm not playing it anymore. Gore, I hate you. You think more about the content than what is actually good for my mental state. I can't stand you. Get out of here. Yeah, but I just spent all this time collecting items that are now all gone. Which, I'm gonna be so honest with you, kind of kills my drive to want to keep playing. If I lose all of my items when I die, that kills my urge to want to keep playing so bad. Like, I spent the entire last stream collecting items. Not even knowing that this was going to be something that happens. I need fucking apples what I need. Hi, Ducky. How are you? Yes. I'm only doing this because I need apples. Well, for me, right, Minecraft is one thing. Because, like, it's easy to regain what you've lost, but, like, these dungeon crawlers, it's not always. This one is one of those where it's really not easy. I eepy. Me too, bestie. I started my period today. I'm suffering. And they give you more money. Which I do appreciate. Can you move? Jesus. God, I hate doing the controls by myself. I wanna play Mystery Dungeon again? Why? Oh, is it just the picking up coins off the ground? Because that part's whatever. That's fine, I guess. I'm also a hoarder. I like to collect things. And I like my consequence for dying being a setback, not losing everything. It kind of kills my enjoyment in a game. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I was having fun until I got trapped in a endless dungeon and you lose your inventory every time you die. Great, cool, so that was just a waste of fucking time. Why was it even an option then? Doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, whatever. I also will say, while I am having fun, this game does heavily use my least favorite part, like the part of just mainline Pokemon games that I dislike the most, which is the repetition of battles. I do not like Pokemon battling in Pokemon. I find it extremely boring because it's very repetitive. I like exploring, I like collecting Pokemon, I like breeding Pokemon, I like trying to find shinies, I like completing the Pokédex. I hate battling. And so for this whole game to just be a cycle of running through new environments and fighting is kind of... It kind of gets boring really fast for me. And for them to be like, but you can take them home with you if they want to come home with you. It's like a shittier chance than a Pokeball. And I'm just kind of like, I also wish there was a Pokemon farming game, a Pokemon breeding game, anything. I don't want to be a Pokemon trainer. I want to be a Pokemon breeder. Like, why do I have to be a trainer in every game I play? I don't want to. I don't want them to learn the coolest moves. I want to see Pokemon where every Pokemon of the same species looks a little different and collect them all. You know, like, I want to breed the coolest combination of patterns and, like, all of that. Like, I want to have a Noibat farm where I'm trying to breed the Noibat with the most beautiful purple wings. Like, why does that not exist? I don't want to battle. I fucking hate Pokemon battling. It's so boring to me. It's part of why I never got into competitive Pokemon, because, like, that kind of shit just doesn't... Like, I've thought about getting into competitive Pokemon just to play more Pokemon, but I don't think I'd enjoy it at the end of the day, because battling is my least favorite part of playing Pokemon games. I'm really pissed off. I lost all of my perfect apples because I brought them with me. And now I don't have any. And that's gonna get me killed. And I'm gonna get to start this whole cave all over again. I'm like legitimately annoyed about that. They would be printing so much money because I would buy 1 million copies of that game just so I could give it to my family members with Switches. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Wow. Thanks. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna get soft locked for sure. I definitely have a gut feeling that I'm gonna somehow be the person who manages to get soft locked. And I refuse to play this game not on auto because the controls I fucking despise. I realized when I'm trying to run around on auto, because auto's not going where I want it to go, I despise the fucking controls. They're such a pain in my ass. They are not easy to use. Oh yeah, the Pokemon channel was amazing. I don't know, there's just so many good parts about Pokemon and the fact that they force us to be trainers. When they've introduced different things that you can be. Hell, I want a Pokemon game where I can be the gym leader. I always get to be the, you know, the Pokemon champion, but I never get to, like, challenge other kids as the Pokemon champion. You know, like, I'm just the Pokemon champion now. Like, that's it. You're just now the Pokemon champion. You don't get to do anything else with it. Like, fuck that. I want to do something with it. Yeah, why can't I bully other kids with my Pokemon? If adults got to bully me with theirs, why don't I get to bully kids with mine? Why do I keep running in circles on auto? What's happening? I'm like legitimately getting pissed off about this. The fuck even is this game? Or is it trying to get down here? For the single dollar? Is that the concern? I don't know. We see Pokemon characters in the anime. We see Pokemon characters in the games that are literally like, they've got other jobs besides just being a gym leader. Why can't I do that? Why can't I be a gym leader that is also a Pokemon farmer on my days off? You know, like, why is that not an option for me? Why can I not be a dragon-type gym leader who breeds the most beautiful dragons known to man? Like, that is my real goal, is breeding the most beautiful and vibrant dragon-type Pokemon and showing them off in my gym leader battles. Like, I would die for that. I would die to be given that opportunity. Hell, if you want a PvP aspect of it, open it up to where if you pay for the online service, you can go to other people's gyms through the online service and fight them. And you get special badges for the more IRL people you fight and win against. I mean, Poke Cafe is fun. I like Pokemon Cafe. I don't play it anymore, but I liked it. Pokemon Cafe exists, Nico. It's a mobile game. It's a mobile matching game. And it is very cute. But yeah, what if there's a gym leader out there who's looking for a Pokemon that's bred perfectly with specific EVs and IVs and for their Yeah, or like, yeah, a Pokemon with a specific move that you get to breed and raise. Like... I'm gonna fucking die. I don't have any apples, and I've not seen an apple in a million years. But there's another fucking link box. I've got 3 link boxes. Oh, like a cat cafe? That'd be pretty cute. I know. I'm fucking praying to God there's an apple somewhere. I'm thinking the answer's gonna be no. The answer's fucking no. And we're about to have to switch over to Treeborb, or else I'm gonna die. Is an apple. Nope. Ah, fuck me. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Instead, it's just merchandise that they don't even capitalize on either, because whenever something on the Pokemon Center sells out, instead of making more of it, since it was obviously popular, they leave it on the site for months as sold out. Fucking, I've been looking for one of the Sitting Cuties since it came out. It sold out when it came out, and they have not restocked it, and it's been over a year. Why does it take you over a year to restock plushes for your most profitable fucking... Like, it's your most profitable fucking merch line. Why does it take you a whole year? Like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. They don't even make plushes of my favorite Pokemon. Noibat, Noivern. Those plushes don't exist. Never have. Literally added Noivern into the main anime. Upped his popularity. Didn't give anybody shit for it. Except a fucking Pokemon trading card game card. Only way I get merch of my favorite Pokemon is to find people who make it custom. You know how stupid that is? They have to pay extra money on custom merch when I would just buy it from the company themselves. If they would just give it to me. So fucking dumb. Most profitable game company in the world, by the way. Nobody would believe you. The way they act like they're poor as hell. Broke as fuck. Like their employees are eating boxed ramen, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. don't even touch Hoyoverse games. I can't. I'm just like, how are you gonna overwork your fucking employees for the fucking games to be devoid of anything interesting lately? Which I didn't feel that way about Sword and Shield at all. Sword and Shield was amazing for me. The fact that they even made fucking drinking fountains for Pokemon, specific sizes, so you could see the different, like, there was so much creativity in Sword and Shield. What the fuck happened? What happened to Scarby? What happened? I'm so mad that I don't like Scarby. I'm so mad that I can't like Scarby. I'm so mad that I couldn't return Scarby because I bought a fucking box set with both games in it. And Gore had the other game and he likes it. Because I really would have returned it, honestly. Also, no, Ducky, I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never heard of the Pokemon Mini. I'm just fast forwarding through the text. I'm reading it, but I'm not reading it out loud. My throat hurts. I can't. I'm mad. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'm probably gonna end stream soon. I was like, why does my throat hurt? I've been talking for a long time. There's a tiny Game Boy device released in 2001. Ducky, I was 2? That's probably why I've never heard of it. I was 2. And I've never really looked into Pokemon's history outside of just the base games. That's true, you were a month old. That's fair. It was also featured in the Pokemon channels. Oh, okay, interesting. That, honestly, those game history games or essays is probably how Ducky knows about it. Also, the fuck do you mean? I feel like we've been playing this game. I know it's only been for 2 streams. It kind of feels like we've been playing it forever. Why are there so many question marks that I haven't activated yet? Am I just stupid? What's happening here? Why are there so many? Heavy blinking, heavy blinking, heavy blinking. My eyes hurt. My eyes hurt. My eyes hurt. My eyes hurt. Somebody help me, my eyes. My eyes. Somebody help me. Give me a second. I'm gonna see who else is streaming. Let's see. What do we got? We got Boo playing Minecraft. We got Kiwi's playing Tekken. We got Salem, who's ranking the Toho girls. We got Diesel. You know, I'm listening to all this. I'm just gonna raid Boo. I love Boo too much to not raid her when she's live. So we're gonna raid Boo. That just disappear. Ugh, I'm so sleepy. All right. Thank you guys for coming. Sorry to go on a ridiculous Pokemon rant at the very end there. Tomorrow's stream will kind of hinge on whether or not I'm like physically feeling up to it, because it's going to be day dos of my period, and that's usually the day that kills me the most. If I do stream tomorrow, it's probably just going to be Stardew. Just because Stardew is simple and easy, and I don't have to like overthink anything. And then, you know, streams will continue until Monday. Oh, there won't be a stream Sunday. Bunny has a NICU graduation thing, so we won't be streaming Sunday, but we'll talk more about that tomorrow. Anyways, I love y'all. Thanks for coming. Bye.